I'm Chair of the Connecticut Historic Preservation Council, and I'm calling to order our February 2nd, 2022 Historic Preservation Council meeting to order. With me this morning are the following council members: Beth Ackley, Beth Burgess, Paul Butkus, Marguerite Carnell, myself, Margaret Faber. Is Leah with us? I didn't see her. Yes?
That's what I was just looking. I have not seen her yet. No.
All right. Christine Nelson, Vice Chair, is she with us?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Christine. Sarah Nelson, Sarah Sportman, and Walter Woodward. So we have a quorum, so we'll get started. The following is the Historic Preservation Council's format and review of public comment procedures. Given the online format of today's meeting, and for those who are visitors today, I want to review and explain our procedures. The order of the presentations. I will read each motion and ask for the motion to be moved and seconded. Staff will present the agenda item to the council. Council members will have an opportunity to ask questions. If called upon by staff, a representative of the organization may offer statements or address council's questions. For members of the public who wish to speak to the agenda item, we ask that you identify yourself and your affiliation. After all questions have been addressed and statements made, a roll call vote will be taken. If members of the public have letters and/or written statements they wish to submit to the record, please email them to Jonathan Kinney, and his email address is jonathan.kinney@ct.gov. The Historic Preservation Council takes statements from members of the public but does not respond to questions. Lastly, please only address the particular agenda item being addressed at that particular time. The following is the Historic Preservation Council policy regarding conflict of interest. The Historic Preservation Council votes on matters which provide leadership, service, and economic benefits to property owners, consultants, local governments, and not-for-profit organizations. Given the responsibility and to maintain the highest professional standards in the discharge of our duties, it is important to maintain a strong code of ethics for all council members and department employees. In order to avoid possible violations of the Department of Economic and Community Development ethics statement, it is necessary for the council to be aware of any situations in which there is a real, potential, or apparent conflict of interest involving anyone here. A conflict of interest may occur when a public official's participation in agency matters results in personal financial gain. All council and staff have been provided with a copy of the Department of Economic and Community Development ethics statements and governing state statutes. Having reviewed them and today's agenda, members of council and staff are now asked to disclose any affiliations with entities or projects that may create a conflict of interest as defined by agency policy and pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 1-79 through 1-89, entitled Code of Ethics for Public Officials. Once disclosed, the member or staff may recuse themselves from that particular agenda item. Having read this statement, are there any council or staff members that would like to disclose a conflict of interest to any of the items on today's agenda?
Tom, if I may, it's Beth Burgess. I would like to recuse myself from BB1, the Connecticut Explored discussion. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, this is Walt Woodward. Although I don't have a financial interest, I think I should do the same thing. I co-produce the Creating the Nutmeg podcast, so BB1.
Okay, let me just flip
or
through.
B1B.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Recused members are asked to leave the meeting platform. Staff will send them a text message in letting them know when they may return to the meeting. For council members being recused, please make sure that staff, as in Jonathan, has your cell phone number so he can communicate with you via a text message. First item on today's agenda is meeting minutes from the December 1st meeting. Council members were provided with the meeting minutes in the Dropbox. Are there any corrections to the minutes as presented? And has anybody submitted corrections to Jonathan that we should be aware of? No? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion to accept the minutes as submitted?
This is Marguerite, so moved.
And a second?
Christine, second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the minutes. I'll take a roll call vote. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Cornell.
Abstain since I did not attend the meeting.
Very good. Myself, I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer, is she with us?
Yeah,
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
abstain. I left the meeting halfway through.
very good. Sarah Sportman
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Second item on the agenda are the meeting minutes from our January 5th meeting. Council members have been provided with the minutes in the Dropbox. Are there any corrections to the minutes that we should be aware of? I know that Paul submitted some through me and I passed them on to Jonathan. And
Yep.
Jonathan, I just have one. On page 2, I have in my notes that 8 people voted yes, and not 7.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look at that.
All right. Are there any other corrections that we should be aware of? All right, hearing none. May I have a motion to accept the minutes with the couple of minor revisions that have been submitted to Jonathan?
Sarah Nelson, so moved.
And a
Christine Nelson, second.
All right. We have a motion to approve the minutes. I'll take a roll call vote. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Cornell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Abstain.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Abstain.
Very good. Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. First item on the agenda is item 5A1. We have 2 unfinished action items that were tabled at previous meetings before council because council requested additional information from them, and they are items 5A1 or VA1 and VA2. The first item up is 5A1, the Union Baptist Church. And bear with me, I have several different protocols via Robert's rules that we have to go through. The item was tabled at our July 7th, 2021 meeting per council's request for additional information. It was brought up and tabled at our August 4th, 2021 meeting to be discussed at our January 5th, 2022 meeting, thus giving the applicant additional time to gather council's requested information. In that time span, the applicant applied for a survey and planning grant to inspect the roof, then prepare bid level plans and specifications for the roof repairs that were requested by council members for the next/this round of historic restoration fund grant funding. The applicant was not ready for the January 5th, 2022 meeting. They have, however, submitted the requested additional information for this meeting. Staff and the applicant would like to proceed with the new information that has been provided. Based on the information gained from the S&P grant, the survey and planning grant, the grant funding request has been increased from $100,000 to $200,000. So per Robert's rules, we have a sequence of actions that are required in order to review this application. The first one, we need a 2/3 majority vote to recall this item to the table on the original motion that is on the table. The second item will be that since staff submitted an updated motion with a requested grant amount, we need a 2/3 majority vote to accept the updated motion with the modified grant amount from $100,000 to $200,000. Third, we'll discuss the application, and then fourth, we'll take a roll call vote on the application. So item number one, by a 2/3 majority vote, we can recall this item to the table on the original motion that is on the table. Is there a motion to recall this item to the table?
Sarah
Sarah
Nelson, so moved.
And a second?
Christine Nelson, so moved.
Okay, and as indicated, we'll take a roll call vote, and we need 2/3 to vote yay in order to bring this back to the table. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Cornell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Very good, motion carries. So with the item on the table, we need to take another roll call vote to get 2/3 majority vote so we can accept the updated motion with the modified grant amount of $100,000 to $200,000. May I have a motion to recall this? May I have a
Marguerite.
majority vote to modify the grant amount?
So moved, Margaret?
And a second?
Sarah Nelson, second.
And the roll call vote. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Cornell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So the motion is on the table with the revised grant amount. I will read the motion again. Historic Restoration Fund grant for Union Baptist Church in Hartford for slate roof replacement and basement water damage remediation. The Historic Preservation Council votes to recommend the award of a Historic Restoration Fund grant founded by the Community Investment Act of the State of Connecticut to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All grant guidelines and state requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. The applicant, Union Baptist Church in Hartford. Project. The project will include the replacement of the church's slate roof, flashing, and gutters. It will also include masonry, repointing, rebuilding of coping stone with new through-wall flashing, and the replacement or restoration of woodwork at the eaves. The project will also include mold abatement and installation of sump pump, dehumidifiers, vapor barriers, storm drain cleaning, the connection of missing gutters, replacement of corroded lolly columns, and electrical repairs. A grant amount of $200,000. Aaron, I think I'm now ready for your discussion.
Thank you. So I just want to note that we did increase the budget amount, and the basement water damage and remediation was removed. So I put a new motion in the Dropbox, so you'll have it there on record. And just for comments, at the council meeting on July 7th, the council requested a roof assessment and a budget level scope of work, budget and drawings. Using a survey and planning grant, Union Baptist.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I did not pick up on that change. I need to ask Sarah a point of order. Sarah, may I reread the motion as I didn't pick up that change in the submitted motion?
So we've what essentially what you want to do is you just want to approve what's actually a reduced and more focused scope, as well as the dollar amount. You could, Tom, you read the original motion,
Yes.
and there's this revised motion in the packet. So I think that you could just read the
The original
read
motion's on the table.
the original motion is on the table, but then the original motion got modified with the grant amount increase from 100 to 200,000. And along with modification, it's the reduction in scope, which is now focusing just on the slate roof as opposed to the issues with the basement and the water in the basement. So what's the fix? The would be to clarify for the revised motion that the scope has changed.
And the proper clarification would be reading the new motion into the record?
Yes.
Okay. So,
And I have that up, Tom, if it's helpful.
oh no, I have it here. I printed it out.
Okay.
I looked at the top half. I didn't look at the bottom half. So we'll do that. I will read the revised motion with the updated grant amount and the revised scope of work. Wait a second. Aaron, I read the updated motion.
So
It had
if you scroll,
basement. When did you upload did you upload a second revised motion? Updated motion?
yeah, so if you look in the Dropbox, it's the project. I can read it if it's helpful.
No, my question is, did you upload a second updated motion after your original?
No.
Okay, I read the correct one then, and it still includes the mold abatement, installation of sump pump, because it does have the grant amount of $200,000.
The one in the Dropbox in the project doesn't have it, so it is in the record. I can read it if it's helpful.
Go ahead, because I don't know where I'm at anymore.
Okay. So the Historic Preservation Council meetings, State Historic Preservation Office, the Historic Restoration Fund grant for Union Baptist Church in Hartford's first slate roof replacement, agenda item VA1. The Historic Preservation Council votes to recommend the award of a Historic Restoration Fund grant funded by the Community Investment Act of the State of Connecticut to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All grant guidelines and state requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. Applicant Union Baptist Church in Hartford project. The project will include the replacement of the church's slate roof, flashing, and gutters. It will also include masonry, repointing, rebuilding, and capping of capping stone with new through wall flashing, and the replacement or restoration of woodwork at the eaves. The amount is $200,000.
Okay, just so for the record, what you just read, and I'm looking at Dropbox, is different than what I downloaded Sunday morning and printed.
Okay.
Okay, so so that's been clarified. So go ahead with the presentation, Aaron, please.
So at the council meeting, the council requested a roof assessment and a bid level scope of work, budget, and drawings. Using a survey and planning grant, Union Baptist Church worked with Bruce Darling, roofing consultant, who provided an assessment and engaged Kroski Architects to prepare bid documents and drawings. As the council thought, the repairs were more extensive than initially proposed, and the budget is much higher. So Union Baptist Church is requesting the new maximum funding amount of $200,000 to help cover the estimated budget of $486,000. The church does have the remaining matching funds. The full drawings and bid documents will be available after the environmental assessment is done to determine the presence of lead, asbestos, and other toxins. And I believe with Kroski Architects retained, the project will be completed. And so I recommend this for funding.
All right, great. Thank you, Erin. Sarah, can I ask you, since you were the spokesperson of our small group last July, to lead this discussion?
Sure. And I have not spoken with our fellow subcommittee members who were
No, I
Leah
know, but
Glazer.
I'm assuming that everybody has looked at the information, and you being an architect and me being a landscape architect, it's more appropriate that you lead the discussion.
Okay. But what I was going to say is not, with the subcommittee not having sort of come back together again around this application, I encourage them to speak up if there are things, questions that I have not asked, please do. We're heartened. I'm heartened to see the level of investigation that's been brought to bear on the roof now. I think, it's a much more rigorous look, and the owner is going to be much better prepared for the costs, and the fix is going to be much longer in duration, the proposed work. I do have a scope clarification question for Erin, because Kroski has their revised budget, and they break down the basic project where they say roof, Darling roof assessment report, and then they say carpentry repairs, roof masonry repairs, and they present that in their verbiage is there's the base bid and then there add alternates to put together. And Bruce Darling's report looks at particular areas of the roof with all the work in that area to be done at the same time. And I just want to ask you, Erin, if you can kind of clarify the seeming difference in approach as to the scopes for base and alternate work.
I actually want to kick that over to either Angela or Miss Kroski, who I think is on the phone, but I'm not seeing her here. They were working on phasing the project and the schedule, and so I think they may have comments on the scope.
Hi, this is Angela Thomas. One of the things that Laura did for us when they were preparing the bid documents, they are preparing it in 6 phases so that depending on how money looks, we're able to do a component, and they have it arranged where whichever components are for that phase can be a complete package, as opposed to doing the whole thing at one time. It was our request that would enable us to keep up with the project and ensure that we had the money to do so. I'm not sure if that answers your question. It can be done as one complete whole, or it could be done in up to 6 phases.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. And I appreciate that strategy, which is, terrific for you. I think what I was just trying to suss out is when you talk about the complete packages, is that the roofing, the carpentry, the related masonry work in a geographic area as opposed to a trade base? Do you know?
Well, I'm not quite sure what geographic versus trade base means. So I don't want to.
Yeah.
Sarah, when I looked at it, it was geographic based, so that everyone would be working on one section, all trades, and everyone would be working on one section at a time.
And you have and there's a plan. I'm not sure if you received it yet.
Yes, there's And then there
But
was
then
a,
actually, yeah,
and that's what I was just trying to clarify, which was the approach you were taking.
oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Beth, I see your hand is up.
Yes. That's probably question's probably for Aaron. Aaron, I think I read that the approach is to take all the slates off, replace some of them, and then basically re-roof with as many existing slates as possible, and then new slates as needed. Did they mention to you any testing or anything on the slate? And I will follow that up with, slate has a certain 100-year, say, a time period of its lifespan, and sometimes it can be extended for a lot longer than that by doing testing on it. And Sarah, feel free to chime in here if you have other info on this, but my I would hate to see them not invest in a full slate roof if this only had 10 or 15 more years of life left in it with this big of a project. So I would just, I think that might be a great question to ask them.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that at this time, so I will follow up with Krosky and with Angela and also Bruce Starling to find the answer, and I will send you an email with the findings.
So
They've
I
done the
I have a
testing.
question. Paul, can I go first? I'm so tired. I don't want to forget my question. And this is for Sarah and Beth Ackley. If they remove the existing slates, restack them, reinstall them, and then put new slates on top, at the end of the project, is the roof going to look piecemealed? Or can they match the color, the style, the thickness, the edge design, yada, yada, yada?
That's a really good question, and we're doing this right now. And it depends, I think, on if it's weathering slate or not. So I don't know what the slate is, but if it's weathering slate, it will potentially look piecemeal unless they make a concerted effort to really mix it. But it all depends on if it's non-weathering slate or weathering slate or partially weathering slate, and how good the match is, how good they can find a match. So.
And Tom, the other thing that often happens on restoration of slate roofs is that slates of a certain age are grouped together on a slope, and that if you do have not a good match because of the changed materials, that the changed material, the new slate, is put in an area that's not visible or not as visible.
Well, that makes sense if you're going to do the whole roof at once, but not if you're going to phase it in 6 phases.
But we're not necessarily going to phase it in 6 phases.
Okay.
I think that plan was when they didn't know if they could get the additional $200,000. So I think once we increased the funding amount, they celebrated a bit, and now they'll be able to do the project almost entirely.
No, I think it's great. I'm just concerned at the aesthetics at the end of the project. That's all.
Okay.
Paul, go ahead.
My question was related to the color, because they currently have bands at the ridge and at the eave that were green slate instead of the purple slate, and hoping that they're going to be replacing all of that with matching material. So that goes along with your question, Tom, about mixing and matching and having a unified appearance. And also for Aaron, one question was, is this grant a reimbursement, or will they be able to apply, when they spend the first $200,000, that they can apply for reimbursement? Because coming off with the full 400,000 is a serious amount. They have the money for the matching portion, but do they have the funding for the entire project funding, and then get the $200,000 back?
They recently did a large push for a capital campaign, and so they do have the funding to pay for the project up front. It is all Historic Restoration Fund grants are reimbursement grants.
So Aaron, building off of that question, if this goes into 2 or 3 phases, and I understand it may not, and it goes over 2 or 3 seasons, do they have to request extensions of the grant, or what's the logistics on your end to make that happen?
Yes, they can request extensions.
Okay, great.
But I wonder if when they're putting scaffolding up and other, sort of access things, if they'll want to do it all at once
Oh, yeah.
rather than phasing it, just for funding. I think scaffolding's pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Any other questions? So before we vote, I just want to say something. I think this is another great example of how council has helped the applicant by us requesting the additional information, because I looked at the drawings and I understood a little bit of it, but the photographs were really enlightening. And as Sarah said, I think in the long run, the church will be better well served by this 6-month delay. All right.
I agree.
We'll take a roll call vote. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber. Margaret have to, oh, there she is. All right, I see a thumbs up. I'll take that as a yes, an aye. Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries. Thank you.
Tom,
Yes.
this is
Yes.
Sarah. No, Aaron offered to forward some additional information to Beth when it was available. I wanted to just ask Aaron if you could forward it to all council members so that we
Absolutely.
all have whenever there's supplemental information.
Sorry, I should have said that. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
The second unfinished item on the agenda is 5A2, Historic Restoration Fund Grant for the Lime Art Museum Association, Old Lime repairs to the gallery. This item was tabled at our January 5th, 2022 meeting per council's request for additional information. The applicant has submitted additional information. Staff and the applicant would like to proceed with the new information that was provided. With that said, it was brought to my attention this morning at 9 o'clock that additional information was uploaded to Dropbox on Monday and yesterday. I looked at it quickly. My first question to council members is everybody aware of the new information in Dropbox? And has everybody reviewed that information?
I reviewed information last night, so I assume I have the most current.
Okay.
It's Margaret. I did not review it. My whole house is sick. I didn't see it.
Okay.
The additional information that I added yesterday was just research on the comparable materials. So it was just to show that there were 5 other brands that they did look at. So I think it's just more specs than, any real info.
And Aaron, the other day when I looked, I saw some fantastic photographs. This morning when I was in there, I didn't see the photographs. Did they get taken out?
No, so if you go to the document that's Lime Art Association additional information, there is a link within there to the Google Drive, and that's where all the photos are.
That's
I
really
can pull them up too if you want them on the screen.
I had forgotten that sequence of steps. Okay. So we'll proceed knowing that Margaret hasn't reviewed them. By a 2/3 vote, we can recall this item to the table on the original motion that is still on the table. May I have a motion to recall this application to the table?
Marguerite.
Aaron.
Okay, so we'll give it Paul and Marguerite. So, Jonathan, Paul gets the motion and Marguerite Carnell gets the second.
Got it. Thank you, Tom.
Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
The thumb is up.
Margaret, Margaret, just so you know, this is to recall it back to the table. This is
Yes,
not a
I,
vote on the, okay.
yeah, sorry.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Okay, very good. We have a majority vote. I will read the original motion. Aaron, before I read the original motion, nothing's changed because you uploaded a revised, an updated motion. No, you updated.
Nothing's changed.
the
You're
form.
you're good to go.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the Historic Preservation Council votes to recommend the award of a Historic Restoration Fund grant funded by the Community Investment Act of the State of Connecticut to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All grant guidelines and state requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. The applicant, Lime Art Association, located in Old Lyme, Connecticut. Project, replace existing skylights, replacing the existing ley lights, and adding installation in the attic. Grant amount for $200,000. Aaron, I guess we're ready for your presentation.
Great, thank you. So at the last council meeting, the council requested additional information about the ley lights that will be installed in the gallery space at Lyme Art Association. The council wanted to see historic photographs as well as current photographs with various light coming in through the space. According to Lori, who's on the call, the typical bright light in the space makes it difficult to see the grid pattern. Unfortunately, CalWall would not construct a sample panel, so she wasn't able to hold that up. After reviewing 5 options for the ley lights, CalWall was the only that provided both the necessary R value for climate control of the building and material conservation of the art. It is important to note that artists and other major galleries will not loan art to the organization until they can secure the proper conditions for the art. The council was also concerned with the structural load from the heavier weight of the panels, but an architect and engineer have been engaged with the project and were able to provide a cross-section to show the assembly. And because of the limited options for the project, for the products, the material conservation needs, and the architects and engineers involved in the project, SHPO does recommend the project for funding.
Very good. Thank you, Aaron. Before I open it up for questions, would council members like Aaron to share her screen and have the pictures available?
I would love that, Aaron.
And any
Margaret?
drawings?
Yes.
Okay, very
You
good.
got it.
So as she's setting that up, I will open it up for questions. No questions?
Yeah, oh, Tom, yeah, I'll jump in.
Okay.
Since I raised the original issue. In what we can see here is the historic image from, I think it was listed as the first exhibit when the building was opened. The issue that we're having is taking this existing grid and adding subdivisions within each of those frames. And according to the reflected ceiling plan with the CalWall system, it ends up being, like a 10-inch window pane within each of those grids. So you're changing the visual character of the system. In these other CalWall systems, that CalWall internal grid is part of the aesthetic, and so we're further subdividing what was the original ceiling plane. And speaking with Sarah Nelson after the previous meeting, she had brought up the idea of a hybrid system where the ley light itself would be the replicating the original fabric stretched across within the original grid openings, and then the CalWall set above that plane, so you're not looking at the actual surface of the CalWall material, you're looking at the kind of the more historic, stretched fabric aesthetic, because that thermal envelope can be anywhere between the laylight surface and the existing roof skylight system. It doesn't necessarily have to become the visible surface that we're actually looking at.
Thank you, Paul, for bringing that up. I just wanted to ask Lime and their team if they actually looked at a hybrid system.
Hi, this is Lori Pavlos. I'm the director at Smart Association. We did look at sort of a box thought. One of our original thoughts is a box constructed over the whole laylight area. But if you look at the cross section, there are a lot of supportive features that support the grid work that the laylights are putting on, which would complicate building that box out of the cow wall or something. There are rods, iron rods and cables through or actually mostly rods, I guess, through the attic space that support the lay light.
Could I just ask Erin, can you flip that section?
I might have to download it to do it. Hold on one second.
I guess in any event, the panels themselves would have to be small to fit within the actual grid structure. So working around the vertical supports can be accommodated. It's sort of preservation isn't always the easiest solution, but everything is possible. And I believe Beth Ackley had concerns about the structural capacity of that existing grid system to support the weight, and CalWall's specifications do call for an engineering analysis. And I'm not sure.
We had an engineer. An engineer recently visited the site, and he determined that the existing structure is adequate to support the weight of the wall.
The existing roof structure above supporting it, or the actual grids that were originally designed to support the stretched fabric and then the laid-in plastic panels?
Both the structure, the design as the architect shows it in his figures is the structure, the supporting structure for the grid is sufficient to support the cow wall. The steel grid that the laylight millwork sits on is sufficient to support the cow wall weight.
So as I recall from last month, the biggest concern that council members had was the aesthetics. One was that historic photograph, in my recollection, had the fabric. And two, without the fabric and the new cow wall, we will see a much smaller internal grid inside the existing grid, because the existing grid is going to stay, is my understanding. So
that's correct.
I guess I'm looking for council for some direction.
We'd also asked whether or not that material would be an acceptable material under the SHPO Secretary standards.
Erin, were they able to get an answer to that question?
I searched and searched, and I didn't. I haven't been able to find much on it, so I was just going based off the survey and planning grant that they had for this, and needing to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards. I don't have a good answer right now. I guess I can bring it back before staff. For me, it was more that they had gotten an architect and engineer engaged with the project, and that the light is so bright in there that you couldn't really see the grid pattern when I was talking with Lori. So that's why I
Photographs.
recommended funding. What's that?
In the photographs, when the light is really bright, you can't see the grid pattern. I'm sure that the grid pattern will on, in various kinds of light, certainly.
Paul and Sarah, do you have an understanding, and can you explain to the rest of us a little bit about the fabric? And I know that's the generic name for it, but can you talk to us a little bit about that? And I'm wondering if a seamstress can, I shouldn't use that word. Anyway, somebody who can sew can work the lines of the fabric in and around the hanging cables there.
They would likely be like a framed panel with a stretched fabric, kind of like a painting canvas that's dropped into that existing grid work. So you would just see a fabric surface within the existing grid.
Well, there you go. I thought it was just the bolt was unrolled and laid down. Okay. Thank you.
I have a comment. This is Beth Burgess. So it seems like the CalWall, the proposal as it stands meets environmental Secretary of the Interior's needs, right? It meets the requirements there. So we're purely talking aesthetics, and those aesthetics in a way would go away when the light is shining bright in that space, right?
Well, not exactly.
Not exactly.
All of the CalWall images that were in this folder
Mm-hmm.
show you that internal grid. So,
okay. And
so what they're showing in their actual publicity brochures, all of those things are a combination of the structural grid and the internal grid. So you will see, so all the lines that you're seeing here, you've got the fat line, which is the structural grid, and then that's a subdivision. So they're putting a 10 by 10 roughly, depending on where the area is, grid over the entire ceiling, which was more like a 30-inch by whatever currently.
I understand. So that change, but with the fabric below it, if the addition of fabric is below it, will that in it and of itself be enough to eschew, as Sarah Nelson mentioned, to give the presentation enough? Ultimately here, preservation of the environment and the structure, in my mind, trumps aesthetics here. And I know that that's a very blurred line, but we keep going around and around and around on this subject, and I think it's a good time to just bring it together. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any other options. We're at a point.
Yeah, I mean, the hybrid system that was discussed would solve the aesthetic and do the environmental. It's just a little bit more difficult than dropping it right into the existing suspended grid.
Understood.
So from an environmental point of view, we can have the same argument about exterior windows and say, well, I can put in a triple glazed window in the front of your Victorian house, and it's going to meet the energy performance criteria, but it's not going to meet the aesthetics. So it's a very character defining feature of this gallery space is that ceiling plane.
I agree. Yeah, I just don't know where we go from here, without blowing the budget further.
Margaret, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's possible to see a photograph of the hybrid system. Does anyone have one?
The Kimball Museum in Fort Worth, Texas, is a Renzo Piano addition to that building, has a stretched fabric with the environmental envelope up above. And that uses, I think, more of just a regular transparent glass system.
But we could get an idea.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Aaron, if you go back, it was on the right-hand side.
that was the original building, not the Brenzo Piano addition.
Okay, sorry.
Aaron, use the type in Renzo Piano along with the name, because it's not the dome structure, it's the flat structure. Just do the image search. Yeah, there you go. The Arc Daily picture right in the center. That gives you an idea. So what you're seeing is the surface of the stretched fabric down below, and then all of that environmental envelope is above it. So even though there is structure and a little bit of shadow line, you're reading that there's a plane. Originally, when we had the stretched fabric in here, the roof-mounted skylight would have been somewhat visible up above. You know, and all of the supporting cable structures or rods, whatever's in there, likely was somewhat visible. Depends on the opacity of the scrim material that you're using and how you're controlling light, but you're reading that fabric plane, not a a fiberglass product with an internal grid work that's going to create shadows and telegraph through.
I think something similar might have been done at the Wadsworth Athenaeum about 10 years ago when the Morgan building was restored and the ley lights were restored. It's ringing a bell now that you say that. For a closer to home example.
Beth, is it this one? No, that's an art.
That first picture, you can't really see the ley lights, but I think I see it. I mean, that's the corner of it.
Yeah.
The ley lights are very big.
Well,
We'd probably have to, I'm not sure we could get a photo that way. We might have to dig a little bit for that if we need something.
Margaret, I saw your hand up.
It's down now, but do we have an estimated cost of the hybrid system?
is it Lori? Is your architect or on? Would he have studied this, or maybe Paul or Sarah? You've worked on similar projects.
Yeah, I don't believe our architect is on.
Okay.
We had a conflict this morning. I didn't come up with a cost estimate for that. I think the difficulty of it made it apparent that it was going to you know, too onerous for our purposes. So, but we can look into that.
So I guess I'd
There's,
like,
there's, I'm sorry, there's limited space in the gallery as well as all of the, I mean, in the attic, as well as the supporting structures. So I'm interested I would love to see the space above all those other, I didn't realize there were some examples that access of this hybrid system. I'm interested to see how that was supported and whether it could be done in our attic. I don't know.
Lori, would you be willing to investigate that and come back next month with some additional information? Because I'm not quite, if I put this up for a vote, I'm not quite sure how council's going to vote.
I understand. Yes, we'll go back to the architect and see if we can get something better, a better. Exactly how difficult this.
Yeah.
To cost.
The alternate materials that were included in the packet were all pretty much rejected based on aesthetics. You know, because they were.
No, they rejected based on our value below 4 of them. That's why the cow wall was the only one that had an R value of 10. All the other things that were reviewed, their R value was 3 or I think under 4.
Sarah?
Thank you, Tom. So, Lori, I hope you understand that what we're trying to help the Lime Art Center achieve is both the thermal performance as well as being able to restore the aesthetics. And we sort of are trying to work with you to do that. The one thing I wanted to mention, you know, we keep talking about if we do a hybrid system, is there enough space above? And I just, sometimes you have to look at something slightly differently. And so I also wanted to mention that there's the opportunity, because the fabric grid, those fabric panels are very thin in depth, that you could put them below and just retrim around it. And you might have a loss of height of your room 3 to 4. So I just wanted to, you know,
Sarah,
expand.
can I interrupt for a second? Your mic went blank when you gave a dimension.
You know, probably 3 to 4 inches. And so I just wanted to expand the questions you asked your team, Lori, either stacking the hybrid system, you know, from the existing ceiling line up, or putting the wall where you want to, and then just putting another layer on the room side, so coming down.
That's an interesting option. That makes it seem much more technically workable, not an extreme effort. So it'll be interesting to hear the architect and what our committee think of that option. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate everybody's you know, expertise, and you have a lot of examples that we can use as well. So I appreciate what you're doing and in reviewing this. I really do. We are trying to find a way to solve our problem. You know, I'm afraid it's not possible. That's what I'm worried about, trying to solve our problem with the environment in the building and keeping our historic books. So I appreciate all of your help.
So, Lori, can I re-ask my question from a couple minutes ago? Would you be willing to investigate this and come back next month if we were to table this?
Yes.
Okay, very good. May I have a motion to table this until next month, which would be the March 2nd meeting? So additional information could be brought forward.
Sarah Nelson, so moved.
All right, and a second?
Margaret Faber, second.
Very good. All right. Thank you, everybody. Lori, thank you so much for working with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tom, we have to vote.
Yes, we do. Thank you. Hang on, I'm just making some notes here. Okay. All right, so a roll call vote on the motion to table this until next month so additional information could be brought forward. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries for this to be tabled until next month. All right. Next item on the agenda, new action items. The Historic Preservation Council, this is item 5B1. The Historic Preservation Council votes to recommend the award of a Partners in Preservation grant funded by the Community Investment Act of the State of Connecticut to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All grant guidelines and state requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. The applicant, Connecticut Explored, Inc., Project Historic Preservation Education and Outreach, and Connecticut Explored Sites Lines Publication, grant amount of $40,000. Before I open this up to staff for presentation, have both Walter and Beth Burgess stepped off.
Leaving now. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Walter. Okay, may I have a motion to bring this item to the table for discussion?
Christine, so moved.
And a second?
Margaret, second.
Okay, and a discussion?
Good morning, everybody. So staff does recommend approval of this application. Last year, we gave Connecticut Explored a small grant to continue publishing an historic preservation themed issue every year, and also to continue their Sightlines feature, which features historic preservation oriented material. But we also included in that grant is sort of planning to convene with a committee of educators to explore ways to broaden our outreach, especially in elementary level curriculum. And so I put their final report in Dropbox. They did convene a very broad committee with the recommendation that there be a focus on even lower level grades before third grade. Generally, I think the local history component comes out in third grade, but the recommendation was to start focusing on even younger. And so the result is this application, which continues to provide for the historic preservation themed issue and the Sightlines, but also it's a 2-year grant. The $40,000 is over 2 years to do the first year of continued planning in concert with the State Department of Education and a panel of other experts. And then the second year will be actual implementation of a curriculum. So this does speak to our statewide plan of broadening our outreach. It'll be a more diverse audience and a younger audience, because we often talk about sort of getting that into the earlier the better, to sort of just expose people to what historic preservation is. So we recommend the grant, and Elizabeth Norman, who's the publisher of Connecticut Explored, is here to answer any questions that I might not be able to.
Yes, Paul.
I was just wondering what's going to be the distribution mechanism for the curriculum, and how is it going to get out to the various districts, and will it be available, for a defined period of time, or it's offered, one time and it disappears some way, or, how do you get the best exposure for the results of all of this effort for the curriculum?
Elizabeth might be able to expand, but in the second year implementation, I believe that is coordinating with the State Department of Education to, I think, do a pilot to make sure it's feasible and practicable. But Elizabeth, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's sort of a multi-phase. The broader answer to the question is it will appear on a free and open website as to Where I Live Connecticut for third grade. So it is intended to be something that's not a limited time, but once we've produced it, it's available and sort of worked on and improved and added to over time theoretically. At the front end, though, our first year, we really are going to have to work to establish relationships, especially with school systems, at that kind of front end and build relationships to get it implemented. The Where I Live for third grade was pretty broadly adopted because it fit exactly in with what teachers were already doing. And we want to do that same kind of, we would like to do that same kind of thing, but we have learned that it takes even just one-on-one kind of approach districts. So that would be a role that our education specialists would have, is really making it broadly available on the internet, waiting for people who might come to find it, but also doing some very direct action, connection, communication with school districts, especially in wanting to reach the school districts that have more diverse populations and so have more challenges changing curriculum, fitting new curriculum, and we understand that work needs to be part of this process, so we've allowed for that.
I'd also just suggest, in addition to reaching out to the local school districts, contact with the local historical societies and preservation organizations, because that partnership between the local historical society and the schools, I think, is what's going to set it over the edge, because they'll have all of the historical resources available to tie it into the local history aspect.
Yes, absolutely. Then that's discussed in the application. We do want to have a community organization component, so it's us and the school districts, but it's also historical societies and preservation organizations, and we'd hope some organizations that are outside those two categories that would really help us reach new populations and new audiences. So definitely a three-way partnership, and we love to work collaboratively, so we're excited about that work.
Great. Leah, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I'm just, I applaud this initiative and all the people you've put together. I just am having trouble with kindergarten through second grade, distinguishing between what will make this about appreciating the value of historic preservation, or is it more sort of appreciating local history and understanding how, or we don't know yet, how buildings, help preserve history. And is there will this be in conjunction with SHPO? I mean, obviously, Mary Donahue, who worked in SHPO forever, is on the, works closely with you, but I didn't see any particularly historic, like, how are you defining, I guess, historic preservation as opposed to local history, or is there a difference?
Well, I think that what they in that age level is a lot about understanding yourself and your place in your world, in your family, in your community, your neighborhood. So it's kind of a little bit, we're stepping back a little bit more theoretically to get kids to be observant. And so the connection we're trying to make then is to get kids making connections and observing and seeing the physical environment, the built environment in which they live. And to not just think, oh, it's the store, it's the library, but to understand how it might reflect their community. That corner store has, maybe that's where they go shop and they, find foods that they, are tied to their ethnic identity, for example, or the local playground, and to just start to have them make that connection between place, their life in that place and appreciating that place. And so thinking about and so close looking and understanding observation as that first step to then as they grow older, understanding really preservation and history, that a building is in a place through time and it has some changes through time. The third grade lesson plans that we did through SHPO work really are a nice extension then for kids who have come out of this earlier discussion then already having a basis for understanding those historic preservation lesson plans in the third, and sometimes they're used in fourth grade. So we're seeing this sort of as a continuum. You got to start somewhere with kids at least kind of. I think there's just a great value to just having kids make that connection between place.
Right. That's what I was looking for, that this understanding history through the built environment is a little bit different than just telling stories about it. And I think I have to say that K-2 field trips, especially kindergarten for my kids, consisted of Red Lobster and Home Depot. And I feel like having the teachers having a little more guidance about being a part of your community in this way is very valuable, more so than Red Lobster. So.
Elizabeth, I have a question for you. How many different age group curricula are you going to be preparing? I mean, I'm hearing that there's 2 in the works.
Well, we already have grade 3 and 4 with where I live. That came out in 2017. We have a second curriculum at the 5th to 8th grade level. This is an addition. And so it kind of came out of what the committee was saying. They were talking K-2, but then they said, let's start with grade 2 because it enables us to build down, if you will, from the 3-4 grade, which teachers are already using quite extensively. So it's in a lot of school districts to then build in like the precursor to that, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the word of the movie, that the Star Wars that comes out before, that fills in before. It's sort of a little bit backwards. And then I think in future, I think we're going to see how that goes and then see whether we go with probably kindergarten next. But again, I don't want to get ahead of myself. So I think grade 2 feels comfortable for us because we have worked with the grade 3-4 and have a well-established resource there.
Mm-hmm. Great. Any other questions from council members? So, Elizabeth, my last question for you is, I have no idea how much time, money, and energy it takes to develop a curriculum, even if you're going to be using the structure from an older age group. This being a 2-year grant at $40,000 with everything else that sounds like it's included in this, is that enough?
I think so, and I think the difference here is the level to which, and we kind of learned this a little bit the hard way, the extent to which we really want to engage more people in the process, these focus groups, and making these connections to community groups and historical societies and the preservation. There's just time and involvement and gathering people together to make sure that we really get good input, because I really want to create something that is not a hard sell, it's an easy sell. That just makes a huge difference in presenting this curriculum. I mean, we can create something completely abstract or outside of all of that, but that's not going to serve SHPO well. It's not really going to serve us well or students well. So I think it's because we really want to have a big ambition with this, building on what we've accomplished in the past, that it fleshes this out. So it's a little bit remains to be seen about whether it's enough. I think we can work. We have always worked well to a tight budget. That's pretty much our signature, I think. So we will. This is a good, comfortable. This is honestly the first time we will have funded this size of an education department, but we are building on a lot of history here. So I think we're ready.
Okay, great. Beth Ackley, I see your hand is up.
Last minute coming in with a quick question. Elizabeth, this is really exciting. I'm newer to to the HPC, and education is just so important. So this is exciting. But my question is, do you know of other states that are doing things like this? I mean, is that on your radar at all? I'm just curious if we're unique in that way or not.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I don't have a good answer for it. I suspect we are not not unique in this. Connecticut and Massachusetts somewhat similar, but we're so different in being such a local control state and being so small. That's why there's opportunity here, actually, because like the big publishers of curriculum materials, Connecticut's just too small. It's too hard. There's just 169 towns and 200 school districts. So that presents us an opportunity, but it's also really a serious challenge. Again, so that's kind of why we've laid this process out the way we've laid it out.
Elizabeth, just a second. Whoever's not talking, can you mute your mic? I'm getting a lot of background noise. Or not? Okay. Are there any other questions?
I'd say that there are other places. I know, like New Jersey has something. Anyway, there's some other places. Maybe not quite like this, because I don't know how many people have like a Connecticut Explored kind of version, but through the school systems and stuff.
Thanks, Leah.
Great, thanks.
Thanks,
Leah.
Elizabeth.
Are there any other questions before we take a vote? No? Okay, hearing none. We'll take a roll call vote to approve the application. Beth Ackley?
Aye.
Paul Butkus?
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell?
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber?
Aye.
Leah Glazer?
Aye.
Christine Nelson?
Aye.
Sarah Nelson?
Aye.
And Sarah Sportman?
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck, Elizabeth. Thank you for doing that. Next item on the agenda is 5B2. The Historic Preservation Council votes to recommend the award of a survey and planning grant funded by the Community Investment Act of the State of Connecticut to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All grant guidelines and state requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. The applicant, Amity and Woodbridge Historical Society. Project, consulting services of a CFR qualified architectural historian to prepare an updated National Register nomination form for the Thomas Darling House, circa 1765, located at 1907 Litchfield Turnpike in Woodbridge. Grant amount of $14,000. May I have a motion to bring this to the table for discussion?
So moved, Margaret?
And a second?
Christine, second.
And a discussion, Mary.
Okay, so staff does recommend approval of this application. In fact, it was at our suggestion. Amity and Woodbridge came in for a couple of pre-development grants to address preservation issues with the outbuildings that are
Mary,
across
can
the
I
street.
stop you for just a second?
Sure.
Jonathan, can you bring Walter and Beth Burgess back in?
Yep, they're both back, Tom.
I'm back in.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Mary.
No, quite all right. So it was at our suggestion. The outbuildings are noted in the original nomination, which I did put in Dropbox. But it was our suggestion that they update the nomination to more fully explore the outbuildings, but also as we're encouraging applicants to do, to also explore a broader diversity of occupants or other persons that are associated with the building itself. So this application will be to update the National Register form. We've obviously been consulting with Jenny. The budget she thinks is good, and obviously it's an eligible resource. It's already individually listed, but it's important to get more information into that document. And Alexia Belperon is here from the Historical Society. If you have any questions that I can't answer.
Great, thanks, Mary. Questions from council members? Leah?
So I think it's great that this is being rewritten. I'm just concerned that there isn't enough. Can you guys hear me? Because I feel like I'm frozen somehow.
Yes.
That there's just not enough emphasis on the enslaved peoples in this house, because that's a huge reason that these are getting redone, and that there's ways to actually identify these people. The Witness Stones Project is in my department here, could help with that. But there's a lot of emphasis on the outbuildings, but not the people who worked in the outbuildings. I mean, it's mentioned, but I think there needs to be like a considerable amount in that revised National Register nomination beyond the Darlings to the enslaved peoples in that house. I mean, right now, obviously, it's like the last line of the nomination, and that's the case with a lot from this era. But I think this is an incredible opportunity, especially in Woodbridge, to do that and to get a lot of that history out.
And documented.
Documented, exactly.
I was just going to say thank you very much for that selection. It's actually something we're working very hard on, and we do actually have some information. We even have some manumission papers, but and his will that mentions the family that was enslaved that came with. It was part of his wife's dowry, is how they ended up living on this site. So that's absolutely something we're working on. I just didn't think we realized we could focus on that in the updated National Register listing. We thought we had to focus more, less on the people and more on the buildings and all of that.
Extremely, it's the big move, and I mean, everybody's talking about expanding these nominations to recognize the other people. I mean, and you combine them, you link them to the resources, but there's church records, and if you need any help with that, but there's a lot of people working on identifying and exploring that history, and this could be one of the first ones that really fills all that out. There's if you Google if you look at the National Trust and Google National Register revising social history, African American, that kind of thing. I have direct links if you want to, if you need more support doing that research, or just fleshing it out.
And obviously, SHPO will be consulting with the applicant.
My concern, Mary, is just that it's put in that RFP that's going to be an emphasis.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, we as you may have noticed over the course of the last couple of meetings, and anytime an applicant comes to us to update something, we make sure that a broader research is incorporated into whatever it is that they're planning. And while the outbuildings might have been the impetus to take another look at this application or this nomination, there's no way that we would there's no way we would have an updated nomination that did not include this additional research. It's just not. It's the focus of our plan. It's just the focus of our work. So if they're awarded this grant, we will definitely work further with Woodbridge to help them find the resources and frankly, the best consultant that can help them with this.
Yeah, and I think just the way it is in the grant right now, it's kind of buried, and the consultant who is hired should maybe know how to do this research or know the resources for doing the research.
I'm excited that we can do more of that.
Yeah.
One thing, I don't remember if we put this in the application, but one thing we also want to do, and when this is redone, is not have it be called the Thomas Darling site anymore. And we're working on, exactly, do we call it the Darling Farm or whatever we call it? We haven't worked that out, but that is something we hope to also change in the nomination, so it isn't just about him.
Alexia, one of the things that I would like to request, building on the discussion about the enslaved people. Once you can understand who they are and where they worked, I mean, Leah was saying that might be they might have worked in specific buildings. I think it's a very easy to make the leap into the association for the landscape. And let's not forget the landscape when we do these updates.
So I just remind everybody in the presentation we did last time or the time before that landscape, setting, outbuildings, and additional themes of significance are normal and typical things that we would look at anytime we do an update.
Great, thanks, Jenny. Beth Ackley, I see your hands up.
Yeah, and this is actually a question for Jenny, just to further our own understanding and education. When we do updates, or when updates are done, and more information is gathered, is there, what's the protocol if all of a sudden, the historic emphasis or, the listing criteria is changed on a building, or does it get changed, or like, the wonderful thing about these nominations is that they are so comprehensive, but there are usually one or two things, obviously, with the criteria that are focused on. So how do you sort of reconcile all that, just for our own understanding?
So oftentimes we're adding an area of significance. So in the National Register, you have criteria A, B, C, D, which equates to the State Register 1, 2, 3. If you're working with a National Register nomination that simply use check boxes for areas of significance, sometimes we correct those because they may have checked off 10 things, but there's no narrative or justification for all 10 things. So the way that we do that in the documentation is at the beginning of the document, you explain the purpose of the amendment and what information is different or new. And then you don't necessarily have to rewrite the entire nomination. So any information that's still valid and correct, you would leave that alone, and then you would write new text for the things that you're changing or adding. And usually, we're just expanding scholarship, or we're extending a period of significance, or adding justification for things that weren't thoroughly explained in the 60s or 70s. So there isn't too much conflict in terms of what was recorded at that time versus now. Does that help?
Yes, it does. But it sounds like really this is just additional information as opposed to like changing the criteria or anything. It's not so much a rewrite as opposed to a supplement.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the property or district and what the original documentation looked like. So if you're dealing with one of those 1960s forms that's basically a survey form, it's basically a rewrite because there's no information on it. In this case, there's a reasonably thorough architectural description. So you don't need to spend much time redoing that because the information presented is good. But it wasn't common at the time to recognize the landscape and outbuildings as thoroughly as we do now. And of course, the ability to use the areas of significance that we're concerned about now has existed since the 60s, but there was no requirement that you check every box. So it was easier to write about architecture. A lot of times that's what got things listed and got them recognized. But it's fairly simple to just explain that you're amending it with this other scholarship and increased documentation, and just add on to what you have. And I should mention that a couple years ago, we actually listed the Darling son house. It's AJ Darling, who's just down the street. And unfortunately, the timing of these projects didn't align. That property owner wanted to have protection on their house. But we do have a little bit more information about the family dynamics through that nomination.
Jenny, is there, like, would it, depending on the research they find, could this I'm looking in the National Register nomination. I think it was just nominated under architecture. Could it be nominated under criteria A as well? If
Of
they get
course, yeah.
more- Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's no, a National Register nomination is a documentation made at that point in time. You're not locked into those criteria. And certainly, one simple reason to do updates is that as another 50 years passes, you might be looking at different time period that becomes important. Again, not every nomination that's prepared, especially early ones, were exhaustive in going down every possible avenue of research. We have a policy where when we open up a National Register nomination, we don't like to do things piecemeal unless there's some good reason for that. So we would take a look at anything that we think could be improved or needing change.
And so I'm just going to build on what Jenny said, because I just feel like, I mean, I'm a historian, so often we do get caught up with the buildings, and I think, and just what Alexia mentioned about didn't think she could go into the history, that preservation is just as much history as architecture, and just keep that in mind. And I think early on, for expediency, as Jenny was saying, so much was focused on architecture, but we really have the tools and the will to do more of the history. And connect that history, like we were talking in the last conversation, to the built environment.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other questions from council members? Comments, statements? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote to approve this application. Beth Ackley?
Aye.
Beth Burgess?
Aye.
Paul Butkus?
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell?
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber?
Aye.
Leah Glazer?
Aye.
Christine Nelson?
Aye.
Sarah Nelson?
Aye.
Sarah Sportman?
Aye.
And Walter Woodward?
Aye.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jenny, does the council get the revised to be approved, or does it just get revised and stay in your office?
National Register nominations are reviewed by the State Historic Preservation Review Board. So the council
we won't
reviews
see it.
state register nominations, and the State Review Board does National Register nominations.
Okay, thank you.
I should say that those are public meetings, and all the meeting materials are posted on our website 30 days before. So if you have an interest in one, you can see them up on our website, and you can come to the meeting if you want. If you haven't had enough meetings and you're aching for more.
It's a tough crowd, though.
All right, next item on the agenda is 5B3. The Historic Preservation Council votes to recommend the award of a survey and planning grant funded by the Community Investment Act of the State of Connecticut to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All grant guidelines and state requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. The applicant, Neighborhood Housing Services of Waterbury, Inc. Project, consulting services of a CFR qualified architectural historian to prepare a National Register nomination form for the former Waterbury Manufacturing Chase Brass Mill, circa 1890-1910, located at 526 and 720 North Main Street and 40 East Farm Street in Waterbury. Grant amount of $10,000. May I have a motion to move this to the table for discussion?
Paul?
And a second?
Sarah, second.
Okay, Mary? Or is this
Great,
Jen?
thank you. Yeah. Staff recommends approval of this application. Again, we did consult with Jenny first to just make sure that it does appear to be eligible for a National Register listing, which it does. And the budget, they're asking for $10,000. They will match it with $10,000, which according to their budget should cover it. I think based on Jenny's idea of how much field work and writing, it'll be more than enough. This is a reimbursement grant, so they will be reimbursed half of whatever they actually end up spending, but the budget should definitely cover it. I was hoping, and I know that Waterbury Neighborhood Housing Services was hoping to attend, but I think they had a conflicting meeting. So I don't believe there's anybody here to answer any questions, but I'll be happy to take questions or concerns.
Okay. Council members, questions? Paul?
Mary, so this is actually a nomination for the entire mill complex, not just the one building that they own, correct?
Right, the entire complex.
So the benefit of this will actually.
There are 3 isolated Chase Brass sites.
Mm-hmm.
The office building is already listed as part of a district, and this is one of the 2 rolling mill sites, the other of which is on the river and partially knocked out by the flood of 55.
So in addition to helping with their one structure, this may assist economic activity on the rest of the complex as well.
That would be the result, but and beyond that, of course, it was looked at as in its entirety as what's
Right.
eligible. We wouldn't just select one building, on a parcel for designation.
Right, so this nomination is for the complex of multiple buildings at this rolling mill site.
So is there not enough there to do also, since it was so much part of the commercial center, is there not, I know it's nominated under architecture, but the nomination had, I think, quite a bit, unless I'm confusing it with about the owners and stuff. Is there just not enough there to be historically significant also?
I'm not sure what you mean. This site is not yet nominated.
Right.
So
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm confusing myself. Forget it.
Yeah, there are 3 geographically separate parts of the Chase Brass enterprise. One, the office building, which is high style, is in the Waterbury downtown district that's already National Register listed. And then there are a couple other surviving sites. This one is the latest rolling mill, but this is a city block that is an industrial complex of multiple things. And it's not yet listed. So we would list the boundaries of the nominated property would be the Chase Brass complex at this location. And the other property, there are 2 other property owners, and they have been contacted and they're very interested in nomination as well.
Are there any other questions, comments, concerns from council members? Okay. Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote to approve the application. Beth Ackley?
Aye.
Beth Burgess?
Aye.
Paul Butkus?
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell?
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber?
Aye.
Leah Glazer?
Aye.
Christine Nelson?
Aye.
Sarah Nelson?
Aye.
Sarah Sportman?
Aye.
And Walter Woodward?
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 5B4. The Historic Preservation Council votes to award a certified local government historic preservation enhancement grant funded by the Historic Preservation Fund of the Department of the Interior, National Park Service to the below listed applicant in the amount shown. All federal and state guidelines and requirements shall be met by the below listed applicant upon receipt of a grant as administered by the Department of Economic and Community Development. Staff recommends the application for funding. Applicant, Town of Westport. Project, consulting services of a CFR qualified historic preservation professional to prepare a town-wide preservation plan. Grant amount for $20,000. May I have a motion to move this to the table for discussion?
Sarah Nelson, so moved.
And a
Second, Beth Burgess.
All right, Mary?
Great. And staff recommends approval of this application. Westport is a certified local government, and as such, a broad preservation plan is basically just, a basic tool they should have. We did actually fund a plan a little over a decade ago, but it focused more on the town center. This would be a more broad-based working document that would provide the local government with identifying historic resources, preservation issues that might need attention. Sometimes it can lead to local legislation being put in place. Hopefully it'll become part of their plan of conservation and development. So it's definitely an important tool that a certified local government should have. Donna Douglas with the town of Westport is here to answer any questions that I can't.
Great, thank you, Mary. Any questions from council members? Paul?
Yeah, my big question is within the wording of the survey that they're going to do, identifying areas that are will be a focus. It seemed like the goal would be to create local historic districts. I would just try to advocate that, or ask the question of Mary, if you establish a local district, is it required or automatically a state listed district as well? Because nobody wants the stick over their head without having a carrot in front of them, right? So, try to advocate that anytime local districts are created, that there's actually that corresponding effort to make sure that they at least get on the state register.
Of course, and actually up until March of 2019 or so, anything that the Historic Preservation Council recommended for local listing was also placed on the state register. After that date, though, staff kind of consulted with each other just to make sure that, with local districts, they're a reflection of what the local government views as important to their, specifically to the town. So we are making sort of a two-step process. We would definitely entertain a study report for a state register nomination as well. And you're right. I mean, very often trying to sell the idea of local preservation usually requires an economic incentive, which would not be there. But there's also other reasons, that people, want to locally designate something. But to answer that question, it's no longer an automatic, but we do encourage sort of the simultaneous submission of a state register nomination.
Yeah, because you look at other municipalities, New Haven comes to mind, where the majority of the city falls in one state recognized district or another. It makes a more equitable distribution across the entire city for people to actually preserve their buildings. So it's just nice to make sure that that's on the radar, that it doesn't become just another method of exclusionary zoning to say that, this is a historic district and you have to follow all of our regulations, and, a local review board is going to tell you what to do. And, that's always been the pushback from a lot of people trying to do these things, is that nobody's going to tell me what I'm going to do with my house, and why can't I change my light fixture on the front porch? So.
Right, but just remember that in order to even move something forward to the local legislative body, there has to be at least a 2/3 majority vote in favor. And so that's, and then even then the local legislative body could vote it down, So I think in Connecticut, I mean, in many states, it is just like a surprise, you're a local district now, or it's not, surprise, but it's sort of just imposed as part of zoning. But this is truly in Connecticut anyway. There's the ballot process, and then of course there's a public meeting where the town body will vote, and if enough people get up and oppose it, they're likely to vote it down. So hopefully by the time it becomes a local district, people are happy that it is,
right.
and glad to have that local review.
Right. So that's why sometimes having the state district rather than the local district is another means to an end where you're actually recognizing the value of an area, and it doesn't put that extra local burden, for that 1/3 that, opposes the level of control. It's just something to consider within the process as to what the net outcome will be if it is really creating a series of local districts, or to do the state district route, as a friendlier route.
And that would be part of hopefully the discussion. I mean, since this is a town-wide sort of preservation plan, I'm going to ask that the RFP implement or include a public discussion, because it doesn't have to have local legislation built in, but that's an option out there. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Thank you, Tom. Mary, this is just a clarification question, and I think I know the answer. A certified local government grant is a non-matching grant. Is
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Christine?
I was just wondering if there is in the RFP process any kind of tie-in to the state plan as it stands. I know you'll be updating at some point, but it's a really nice plan, and there are a lot of nice things to draw down from it to the local level that tie in, holistically to the local plan of conservation and development. Would help make that a nice tie-in.
Yes, if Westport is awarded the grant, the next step would be to draft a request for proposals, and one of the questions in the CLG application is how does this benefit the CLG? How does this speak to the state plan? So, but thank you for sort of emphasizing that. We'll make sure that is written into the consultant will need to look beyond the boundaries of Westport at the larger preservation picture in Connecticut, and especially our statewide plan.
Sure. And just my own 2 cents about separating the local historic district process from the state register is that a lot of times to get a local historic district passed, there's political negotiating, and sites that are important will get left out just to get the thing passed. And so having a second process is an opportunity to expand not the regulated area, but the area that is eligible for preservation monies. So in Old Saybrook, I had a local historic district, but its national register district was actually bigger. So I could talk to more than just the people in the local historic district about their eligibility for tax credit monies and whatever else.
Right. Well, and having that incentive, especially the historic homeowners tax credit, is great for commissions when they're asking that someone restore their windows rather than replace. That they can point to the tax credit as a way of offsetting that expense. So we do encourage, if the local district looks like it's state or even national register eligible, we encourage a separate nomination to make sure that happens so that they can take advantage of the incentive.
Thanks,
I
Mary.
just want to add that for those of you that weren't here, one reason why we made this change was also because on rare occasion, we did get applications for local designations just to sort of get something on the state register through a different method. And that has happened in the past, and we wanted to avoid that. And those are things that weren't really serious in town or get voted down in town. And they would be placed on the state register, sometimes against staff recommendation. So there's that side too. So we just want to be able to have follow a regular state register process. But if the work is already done in the study report, it's not really that much effort to convert it to state register form.
Are there any other questions from council members? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote to approve this application. Beth Ackley?
Aye.
Beth Burgess?
Aye.
Paul Butkus?
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell?
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 6B1, State Register nomination for the Donahue Building located at 525 Main Street to the State Register of Historic Places. The Historic Preservation Council votes to list the Donahue Building located at 525 Main Street, Hartford, to the State Register of Historic Places. May I have a motion to bring this to the table for discussion?
Marguerite, so moved.
Paul second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mary.
It's actually Marina. Good morning,
Oh,
everyone.
Marina, sorry.
No problem. Staff recommends approval of listing of the Donahue Building located at 525 Main Street, Hartford, under Criterion 2 at the local level as the last remaining commercial building associated with the prominent 20th century Donahue family, which at one time was the second largest commercial landholder in Hartford. The building is notable as the only known design in Hartford by New Haven architect Roy W. Foote that is not associated with the Southern New England Telephone Company. Alterations were made following conversion into offices by the City of Hartford in 1977, which included window and storefront replacements. However, these do not detract from the integrity of the remaining materials, design, setting, feeling, and association of an early 20th century commercial building. I don't see Jordan Sorensen, but Renee Tribert, author of the nomination, is here to help answer any of my questions, and I believe we may also have with us the future owner's representative, Natalie Sweeney.
Great, thank you. Questions from council members? Leah?
So Renee and Marina, so this is obviously being nominated under criteria C for architecture, but, or not, I'm sorry, it's state register, so criteria, what is it? Two, thank you. So, but within there is a couple big paragraphs of the significance of this family. So I'm
Yes.
wondering, is there a reason why it also isn't under criteria 1? And if
Yes.
if that could be, at least this history maybe could be separated out into its own thing, separate from the
Yeah. So great catch, Leah. So there were discussions about listing this under both. The future owner is applying for rehabilitation, and there was a concern about timing. As we know, you only need to list a property under one. We did talk about listing it under Criterion 1 for the association with the family, which is something that, staff recommended that they investigate in more detail, but they really wanted to get it on an agenda, so they did. But we could certainly, if it is the council's recommendation to expand upon this, we can take that recommendation into account.
Beth Ackley?
I wondered, Marina, if you know, and I noticed that the materials say masonry and steel, and the walls a steel frame, and this is like the classic transition period where the steel is buried in the masonry, and I was wondering if that might be the case here, and if that might be worth mentioning as a significant period or a item.
No, especially if we're talking about architecture, if we could make a note about the engineering, that's an interesting point. I can look a little bit in more detail. The authors were able to get some plans, if you saw in some of the figures, and also the architect Roy W. Foote. Some of his other buildings associated with SNET are much larger, and they're from similar periods, so he may have prescribed that type of construction methods. So we can definitely take an investigation into that, and if that actually proves to be the case, we can add that in too.
Cool. If you need any thoughts on resources or anything, let me know.
Yeah, thanks, Beth.
Anyone else? come on. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, so then,
Hey, easy there, Tom.
seeing none,
I'll give you one, Tom.
all right,
It has an association with H. Wales Lines Companies, which was a huge concern out of Meriden, Connecticut. And they're a very storied firm. So if you want to add that to the mix of who
Sure.
actually constructed the building, I'm happy to
Paul,
help
could
out
you?
with that.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right, I'll add a line on that about that, just to the Meriden shout out just for you.
It's in one of the photographs. They have their sign. So
You got it. Thank you.
all right.
Tom, this is Marguerite. I just wanted to say I think this this nomination is excellent, and it sets a standard for quality and thoroughness. I completely understand that sometimes time and resources mean that a nomination is not as complete as we all would like as historians, but I think the historians in this case did an excellent job, and I'm happy to support the nomination.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, thanks, Marguerite. We were very pleased. They did a very thorough job and presented lots of information to really create a very cohesive document.
Anyone else? All right, we'll take a roll call vote to approve the application. Beth Ackley?
Hold on, Tom, sorry, it's Leah. I just wanted to say, is there anything formal we need to do, or Marina already kind of heard about maybe looking into adding the history criteria, or at least separating that out so that as a document, it's highlighted somehow?
I mean, I can take your comment that, and I just want to make that there's an agreement that we can add that as a separate criterion. I can add that. Just you may want to you could maybe say either you vote to approve it with a modification, but I just want to make sure that works for Tom and Robert's rules.
Well, if we modify it, then we have to take a 2/3 vote, which I'm okay with. So hearing the discussion that we've had, knowing that it's a well-written documentation, but people propose some additional information being added.
Or just presenting it differently. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Yeah. So Marina, I think it's just a matter of restructuring the text that has been written and then add Paul's statement there. I don't. If anybody else doesn't see that as a big modification, I don't see that as a big modification.
Are we talking about adding another criterion or not?
Yeah, so that was going to be my question, is that I would feel that if you're going to add another criterion, you would revise your motion. Yes. So adding a criterion, that would be my suggestion in this case. But again, it's the council's discretion.
Well, I'll move that.
Okay.
You guys can do what you want.
Okay, no, that's fine. And
I'm happy to support the nomination as written.
Okay, so may I have a motion? You're both are. Leah's asking for a motion on top of the existing motion. Marguerite is supporting the existing motion. So Leah, since you came up first, may I have a second to Leah's motion to add the criteria and the small modifications that we have discussed? No? Okay.
Can we clarify what the process would be? Does it require a resubmission, extending the time frame, or anything like that?
No. That's why my suggestion would be to amend the motion saying that we're going to add the additional information or break it out, but you are voting to approve it today, and it will be listed once you complete your voting if you vote to approve it. And they can continue to do what they need to do.
Marina, per Robert's rules, in order to amend the motion, we need a motion to amend the motion because we have a standing motion on the table as submitted.
Right. So if you decide that this is not worth amending the motion, if it's a small enough change, then you can just continue to vote on the original motion.
Right. We have a motion from Leah to amend the existing motion by adding the additional criteria. Is there a second for that motion?
I will second that. It's Beth Burgess.
Just a second, let me just take some notes here. Any discussion on this motion?
I mean, I'll just add that the reason for this is that it is a document, and it's a really good document, as Marguerite pointed out. It's just for a researcher, it's good to have it separated out and highlighted and acknowledged in that way. It gets lost in the thorough architectural significance here.
Leah, are you asking for additional research though? And this question goes to Marina as well. Are you asking for
not
additional
necessary
research?
to Marina? Yeah, then I'm not looking for the recognition and just separating it out as a, sectioning it off somehow, highlighting it either as a different criteria, which I think makes the most sense, but it's not, I'll defer to Marina and if there's enough information for criteria 1, but that's another discussion, I think, in motion.
Well, but it also makes sense that if we pass this motion to amend the existing motion, the nomination has to come back in front of us so we can approve the nomination.
No, I don't think that was the motion that was being suggested. I think the motion was suggested that there was going to be a change that was recognized, but it was going to be approved today, not sent back. I mean, I would, if that is the question, no, this is a nomination that in staff opinion is eligible, and it's eligible and listed under this single criteria. So the recommendation would be to list it. If we're just modifying the information, I don't believe that it would need to return.
Okay.
Marina, if it is, if the council is asking for it to be modified to also be listed under criteria, the question is, does SHPO require additional research and writing to fully flesh out criterion 1?
No, I don't believe we would require any additional more information. It would just be a reorganizing.
Okay, so
And how does that affect the building or the potential building owner's schedule?
Right, and so that's why, the reason we brought it here is because it technically is complete as it stands right now, from the perspective of our office. So if it gets sent back, yes, they would have an issue. And we did discuss it about the idea of putting that other criterion. And as I mentioned, when we opened this, is they did have a concern about timeline. They have a concern about timeline because they are planning a large renovation project. But I will say, regardless of that, the nomination in front of you is, from the perspective of our office, technically complete.
But an approved is approved, right, Marina?
Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. Approved is approved. If you vote to approve it today, it is listed today, and they can continue on their timeline even as they make those edits.
I mean, I think there's enough in there that it's on a state register nomination. I don't think there necessarily needs to. There's 2 large paragraphs explaining the significance of this family. So that's why
Yep. So perhaps maybe we're just thinking about this in a little bit of a too abstract way. Maybe the idea is to just vote on our current motion if you are all in agreement that you have enough information here to approve it for listing.
Yeah, that's fine, Marina, but we have a motion that's on the table and been seconded. So per Robert's rule, we need to vote on the motion to approve or deny. If we deny, we go back to the original motion to approve the application. So the initial vote is to deny the motion, and then we'll have a second vote to approve the application as submitted. Sarah, do I have that right?
Yes, what we're voting on is the motion proposed by Leah.
Yeah.
First.
Right. Okay, so
just to clarify, since I'm going to be going first here, if I say nay, then we go back and everybody does, then we go back to the original motion, which means that it gets passed now and it can still be modified, but it doesn't have to go back through the formal process.
Correct. Yes. Yep.
I don't think either way it needs to go back through the formal process unless we deny both motions.
Oh, I see. We could approve both motions. No?
No.
Proceed saying no.
Well, so we would.
Marina, don't mix it up, please. Okay, so let's. take a
That's
vote.
not Marina.
That was me. Yeah.
Oh,
That was
sorry.
Leah.
All right, sorry. Let's take a vote on the motion. If the vote gets denied, if the motion gets denied, then we go back and vote on the original motion, which is the application as submitted, the nomination as submitted.
Tom, could you restate the motion for us? The second motion?
No. So the motion was to amend the criteria, adding the history of the family to it, separating out the existing text, not requiring additional research, as I understand it. Okay. So, Beth Ackley, you're up first.
Hold on. One more clarification. If I say nay to this, then it means that we're not requiring it, but it could still happen. And we still want it to happen, but we just don't want to gum up the works.
Beth, think of this as a nested motion. You got the
Okay.
original motion, and then you got the new one inside of it. We have to address the new one inside of it before we can go back to the original.
Okay. But we're going on record saying we don't support
The motion.
we don't support we don't support the motion, which gets complicated because it sounds like we're not supporting the additional criterion.
No, this is all proper, and you just need to
Okay.
understand that it's a nested motion. There's one inside, one on top of the
Okay.
original, and we have to address the one on top first.
Okay.
So
but
for people saying aye, I just want to make sure everybody votes well. That means everybody's agreeing that we would like to approve this with an additional criteria, right? And if they say no, then we go back to the original motion. Everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so okay. I think I'm still confused.
If you say aye, it's
Yeah.
approving, then then it becomes, and please, Tom and Marina, then it becomes yes. So I is saying, yes, we want to add an additional criteria to the original motion of approving. If you say nay, then it'll go just with this single criteria.
Okay.
But Leah, if this motion passes, your modification, do they just check the box on the form and change a heading on that paragraph and we're done?
Yep.
So that seems like the easiest thing. So then everybody can vote aye, and it actually gets modified as is, and it doesn't have to come back.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell.
No.
I will abstain. Hang on a second. Margaret Faber,
Abstain.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Motion carries. And since that one carries, Sarah, am I correct? It supersedes the original? Or do we have to now go back to the original and deny it?
My perspective, Tom, is that you have approved, council has approved the request to add an additional criterion, but we still haven't voted to place it on the state register.
Gotcha.
We do need to place it on the state register
Gotcha. Okay.
with the additional criterion presented by Leah that council voted on.
Yes. Okay, everybody got that? All right. So, per what Sarah just said, Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Sarah, I'm gonna miss you so much. It's not funny. Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward.
Aye.
Very good. Motion carries. Sarah, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, everyone.
Next item on the agenda, State Register nomination for the Taylor Atkins Company factory located at 87 Church Street, East Hartford, to the State Register of Historic Places. The Historic Preservation Council votes to list the Taylor Atkins Company factory located at 87 Church Street, East Hartford, to the State Register of Historic Places. May I have a motion to move this to the table for discussion?
Sarah, so moved.
And a second?
Great, second.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Staff recommends approval of listing of the Taylor Atkins Company factory located at 87 Church Street, East Hartford, under Criterion 1 at the local level in the area of industry, as an example of an intact 19th and early 20th century manufacturing facility specifically for paper products. There have been many alterations to this facility, though these were completed to meet the need of an evolving facility in the production of the product and do not detract from the overall integrity. Contributing resources include those constructed during the period of significance and maintain their integrity of location, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association of a bustling manufacturing facility. Jordan Sorensen is here, as is Renee Tribert. Both are authors of the nomination and are here to help answer any questions. And I believe the property owner, Rick Fatabene, might be here as well.
Great, thank you. Questions from council members?
Sorry, me again. So again, I agree that Jordan and Renee, these are really nice to read and very thorough. So this kind of just goes back to that whole idea of making sure that we, there was a mention of worker housing and workers, and I was wondering if the worker housing was still there and if there was any information on the workers, and if or like, I know there's publications about union in the paper industry out there. And then the other thing I was wondering about was any information about environmental impacts with the paper industry, because there's been a couple recent, in the last decade, scholarly works about that out. So workers in the environment.
So this is Renee, and basically we tried to find as much as we could on the workers. There was not that much. You'll see there are a couple of references in the paragraphs in the nomination about a few of the employees that we identified. There does still remain housing in the area, not a whole lot, but across the river, for example, there are several houses. There's the store. It's no longer a store, but that was associated with it. That's to the north, but has been changed. As to the question of environment, yes, there's environmental information about the site that pertains, really, that's coming out in the 1980s or so, so we didn't really address and include that information.
Because but was the environmental impact happening during the period of significance and we just didn't find out about it till the 80s?
No, I think that the environmental impact had more to do with the last major occupant, the Burnside company that was making asbestos papers. It was their lagoons that were the subject of DEP investigations. So I'm not No, there was no particular information about environmental impacts from the paper process. Obviously, there had to have been some, since they were using the water both not only as power, but as part of the process, and having to discharge some of it. But we did not see any specific information during the period of significance for it during the period of significance.
I wonder, and again, I don't know how big of a deal this is, but just looking just at broader contextual documents about, in general, what paper industry during that time would do, because you have a lot of documentation here, and you have good secondary sources on the Connecticut industry, but just in terms of, just might provide some of the information if you can't get it explicitly locally.
Yeah, this is Walt. If I could check in on that, I think there is some documentation of the paper industry and pollution in Manchester in the period. You might find it, I think, in Water for Hartford, which is the book about the creation of the MDC. But there has been a tremendous amount on the paper industry, particularly, and pollution along the Connecticut, since Holyoke was such a paper center.
And it's just, I guess it's just kind of thinking about, this is just a good example about how, as Jenny was saying, earlier nominations wouldn't think about environmental impact as historical significance, but we are starting to think about environmental impact as part of the story of, as part of what is significant.
So perhaps, so that is all under the same criterion. That would just all be under one. So if you want to add a little contextual paragraph discussing the larger paper industry in Connecticut, as well as the potential environmental impacts that would play on it later, because we know that this does happen in that site. It's not within the period of significance, but you could add about a paragraph about that for context. But it would not require another criterion. It would not require another area of significance.
And I think that's important so that we understand the continuum here.
Yeah.
So that's an easy add.
Yeah. I have two questions. One is, how come the site is not listed as a contributing feature?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand that. You mean the landscape?
Yeah. Because that building, that history would not work on an agricultural farm field in Suffield, Connecticut. So they chose that site specifically for the water access, the change in grade. And if you look at it, there's actually 3 mills show up in one of those, one of the pictures that was submitted.
Right. We do discuss the fact that it's a longstanding water privilege. We also talk about the fact that the resources that remain include the dam. They include the head race, tail race. They include the reservoir across the way that is not part of this property. It's owned by the city, but is that not what?
No,
you're referring to?
Going back to some of the discussion.
So when we talk about these features, we talk about the human hand that has modified these features. So Renee is describing those cultural features as they have impacted that natural feature. So she's describing the setting, but what we're itemizing that are the cultural features. But if you'd like to add a couple lines in there about how this site is chosen because it is a very attractive site for this type of industry, we could add that in, but we don't enumerate natural features unless they have been touched by human hand.
Oh, Marina, how can you have a mill site that hasn't been touched by human hands? What I'm asking for is that the site, the landscape, be added as a contributing feature so that it is protected and recognized as the buildings are protected and recognized. And whether we've had these discussions here or I've had them in my private practice, if I take this mill site and plop it in the middle of a field here in Suffield, it doesn't work. And so therefore the character, the setting, the landscape, it's just as important in my mind as the building.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is debating that. I think it's just the way that it's described. So if we would like to add a description about the natural features of the river and about how they are important to the industry, we can enumerate that and we can change that.
But why can't the site be added as a contributing feature right up front?
So I think there may be a language thing about the idea of a site. I think it's a contributing resource, but the entirety of the property is a district. So that district can include the landscape as a contributing resource. Does that make sense? So we're talking about a much larger complex that has a lot of different moving components, and all of those can be contributing resources. But the actual resource itself is not just a single site, it's a district because it has all different kinds of moving parts.
But then why are you identifying the buildings as contributing features?
We're identifying them as contributing resources within the larger district. So that's why on page 1, its category of property is a district. So we can include, if you want to include a site here, or are you talking about the number of resources? We can add that to, if you want to include that, we can add that in number of resources within the property.
Hang on, I'm pulling it up.
This is Jenny. I might recommend here, before counting every industrial complex as having a counted site, we might want to have a bigger discussion about that.
But as I, Jenny,
Typically,
excuse me,
the
if I look at page 1 on the application, lower right-hand side, you have contributing, non-contributing. We identify 10 buildings as contributing, 3 buildings as non-contributing, 3 structures contributing, 0 non-contributing. You know, there's a line there for the site. Why can't you just put contributing 1? That's all I'm asking for is right there to identify the value of the site here. I understand it's described inside of this.
Yeah, I think there's a conflict though for us with the way things are recorded. This follows National Park Service guidance for NRs. It's similar. So we have sites that are counted because they have archaeological potential. And then sometimes we do have a landscape that's a site that's called out and described. However, when you nominate something, you're paying very close attention to the boundary of that nominated property. And it is accepted that the landscape and setting are part of that property. They get described and they're part of the nominated property. You don't have to call out a site separately in order to recognize the landscape. But okay. I feel like this is a larger discussion that would take some references. It may not be the best time to do it. And I'm sorry, I'm jumping in. I have no involvement with this nomination, but.
My second question is, how big is this property?
Sorry, just have to check. I don't remember offhand. Where's our?
6 acres.
6 acres.
Okay, can you please add that then to page 4 where it says acreage of property?
Oh, sorry, that's an oversight then.
Because I knew it said 6 acres, but okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
I'm done. Paul?
I just had a question about you know, following along your comments, Tom. The reason why this building is there is that it has the dam for the water power, but the dam itself is not part of this district. Does that have separate recognition somewhere, or should that be kind of incorporated in some way?
No, so there is reference to the dam. Ideally, it would be part of the district. It is owned by a separate owner, and in order to get, owner buy-in, sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. So it can be described, but it can't be enumerated if there is an owner who's not receptive.
Okay. because I know there's been a big move about getting rid of dams for various reasons. So just wondering if that was going to be on the radar for being preserved as part of this.
No,
effort.
and you're correct. And I mean, this could be a benefit in the fact that, once the owner continues forward with, whatever plans they have, the owner of the dam may be more receptive to, and we could perhaps amend this we could amend the nomination to include that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? All right, seeing none, take a roll call vote to approve the nomination to the state register. Beth Ackley,
Aye.
Beth Burgess,
Aye.
Paul Butkus,
Aye.
Marguerite Carnell.
Aye.
I will abstain. Margaret Faber,
Aye.
Leah Glazer,
Aye.
Christine Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Nelson,
Aye.
Sarah Sportman,
Aye.
and Walter Woodward. Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Next item on the agenda is threatened properties, SEPA updates with Todd Levine.
Hi, folks. I'll be brief. There is no update on Yukon. We've reached out to them on a separate track in regards to the agreement. We had requested an answer to some questions. They have not responded to my knowledge. We also reached out to them under SEPA. They have not responded. So that's still kind of on hold. And as you've guessed, Glastonbury has agreed to withdraw the demolition application and resubmit it, which gives us another 3 months. That demolition delay now expires April 19th. If by the end of March we don't have an agreement in place, and the municipality tells me that they are working on an agreement with the developer to retain the buildings in situ, do the development around it. If that does not happen for some reason, then we will be in April doing the SEPA meeting for Glastonbury.
Todd, I'm sorry, for clarification, what was the address or the property in Glastonbury?
22. Hold on. Let's see. We are 2283 to 2289 and 2283 to 2289 rear on Main Street.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Todd. Next on the agenda is a report on State Historic Preservation Office by Jonathan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm also going to be very brief. I just have 3 quick updates for you. I've reported at a few meetings over the past year about the working group regarding the protection and preservation of historic properties, which was put into place by the legislature last year, and SHPO was asked to chair and run that effort. Just happy to report that the work of that group concluded yesterday. We submitted a report in response to the ask from the legislature, which is to develop some tools which we refer to as a preservation toolkit for municipalities and nonprofits. The recommendation there was that the legislature support and fund the development of sort of a one-stop shop information, either website or report that would include that information for municipalities. And the second piece of that legislation was to look into a revolving fund for historic preservation. So those recommendations have gone to the legislature as requested. As that has now completed, I'm going to be sort of turning my attention here to focus on HPC membership and training, as I mentioned last month. So some of you will be hearing from me regarding that. And I wanted to publicly thank Christine Nelson and Beth Ackley for forwarding some training ideas. I'll be following up on those shortly. And then the last item I had real quick was I had mentioned that SHPO was going to be adding 3 positions to our staff. We're hoping to. The first of those, which is a National Register Specialist position that focuses on archaeology, that posting went live last week, and it will be closing at the end of February on the 28th. So we're really hoping to get a great pool of applicants for that position, and I'll keep you updated as the other positions move forward. Thank you.
Great, Jonathan, thank you so much. Report, next on the agenda is a report on museum properties. Liz?
Hi, everybody. Just wanted to let you know that, as I mentioned, Jody Paulsgrove, who's our new staff member at the museum, started, and she jumped right in and she's doing great. As a reminder, she's assisting all 4 museums to develop their school and homeschool programs as her first task. We've been working very diligently as a museum team, but also particularly curator Joni DiMartino and myself on the exhibit script revisions for the Prudence Crandall Museum, moving into the design phase. And just as a reminder, that new interpretation is still in a test phase for this season. So the exhibit is mostly going to be in the form of, retractable panels, banners that are relatively inexpensive to create and can be moved. So we can really try and get feedback as to how the story is told. And the new visitor experience is going to be a guided experience that's dialogic in nature. So we're really excited to finally be open. That said, I'm happy or unhappy to report that we're still waiting on the substantial completion date at Prudence Crandall. We're way past schedule here. Thought that we were going to have a go on January 28th, but that walkthrough was canceled because the heating system, which is brand spanking new, is not functioning properly. And parts are on delay because things are on delay right now. So we are on hold there. And I'm really pleased to announce that Morgan Bangle, who's the curator at Old Newgate, and her husband Devin welcomed their son Eli, who was born on January 26th. Everybody's doing great. Morgan has sent pictures, so the family is just beautiful. While Morgan is on maternity leave, which will be through the middle of April, Andrew Rowan will be checking on the site, and Andrew is the curator at the Eric Sloan Museum. And then finally, the museums have been approved to hire up to 8 seasonal employees. We're waiting for that position listing to be approved, and hopefully it will be live in the next week or so. Our plan this season is to reopen on the weekend of May 1st. Prudence Crandall might be a little slow behind that because there's a couple more things we have to do before we reopen, but we are willing to reopen the museum essentially as an empty shell because, as mentioned, the tours really will focus on the relationship and storytelling of the museum guide. So, and this year, the Crandall Museum the plan is to have year-round hours and not only be open seasonally. So that's exciting as well. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Liz. Next item on the agenda is the liaisons with public and private agencies. Is Jane on with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. I just have one announcement to make for Preservation Connecticut, that we are accepting nominations for this year's Connecticut Preservation Awards. The awards will be presented hopefully in person on Wednesday, May 4th at the New Haven Country Club. So there's a portal on our website right on the homepage for nominations to be submitted. And the Connecticut Preservation Awards recognize projects that bring new life to distressed historic places, revitalize sites associated with minority or overlooked communities, make significant contributions to sustainability, environmental, economic, or social, develop innovative new perspectives or methods to historic preservation. And we also have a separate award for young preservationists. The Mimi Finley Award for Young Preservationists recognizes individuals or groups of preservationists 35 years old or younger. So we encourage you to spread the word, make nominations, give us any recommendations for projects or people you'd like to see nominated. And we look forward to celebrating in person all the wonderful achievements of folks in Connecticut this year.
Great, thank you, Jane. Sounds exciting. Jonathan, do we have anybody on from Connecticut Preservation Alliance?
I believe we do. I saw Mary Falby here. Excuse me. Let's take a look.
Hi, actually, I'm no longer president of CPA.
I know, Mary. I was just wondering if anybody
Yeah,
else
no,
is
and
here.
I think Patrick was going to try to be here, but maybe he had another meeting come up.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah,
Right.
thanks.
Before we adjourn the meeting, I guess I want to ask council members how everything is going and what your perspective is, and do you have any feedback, not only for myself and the way I run my meetings and reach out to Sarah, but other things that we're running into on a monthly basis, and schedules and things of that nature. Sarah?
So thanks for asking the question, Tom. I think you're doing an awesome job, so kudos to you. One of the things I was reflecting upon was I know a lot has to come together for an agenda item to come to the council, the applicant, the staff, council members review. And I think there are a couple of tweaks that I might suggest just based on my own experience, but I'd be curious about other council members. And one is that it seems like we are, in an effort to try and present things kind of as they come in, we are sometimes finding that materials going into Dropbox a day or two before the meeting. And most of us, I'm assuming, are like me, that you're actually doing your review nights, weekends, when you've completed your other professional obligations. And so I do a lot of my review the weekend before the meeting. And once it's done, I don't go back and routinely check the Dropbox. It's sort of like check it off. Okay, I'm ready. So we used to have a sort of a no new material goes into the Dropbox, pick the number of days. I think it used to be 7 days. At one time it was 5 days, but just to give council members who may be using that weekend before the benefit of having everything available to them. And that was one comment. And the other comment was, if we do have motions that are changed, and there was one motion today that was labeled red on top, changed motion. And I was sort of struggling to figure out what had changed about it, but it was sort of small language. Could we just highlight if something has changed, what's changed? If it's the dollar amount, put it in red, or if it's the scope, put it in red, or just, make it easy for wayfinding if we are changing something. Those are my two comments.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Anyone else? I saw a lot of heads bobbing in agreement. Margaret?
Yep, just I agree with Sarah 100%. I do all my review the weekend before, and so that's why I didn't see the additional material for lines. So thank you, Sarah.
Beth?
This might be part of a bigger conversation, and I know it's late, but one of the things that strikes me with these comments is that we don't have necessarily a mechanism for communication, sort of messaging communication beyond emails, which can be kind of cumbersome and difficult to find. So just something to consider. I've done it with other organizations, but some kind of a platform that can be document storage and messaging. So, the simple thing is, if something, staff might need a mechanism to say, hey, something came up and this is a new thing and we think you should have it. You've done your review, but here's a little message, and then it just pops up in a portal, like maybe within Teams or something that we all just knew to use, and there was a way to, get information, because it's that. I think the piece that's missing is that, direct communication, and it could be more flexible with the process if there was a direct communication in that way.
One of the things we need to be careful of, Beth, with the council is that we're not having outside meetings with more than a majority that are not posted on the website, and therefore public is not privy to attend or privy to the discussion. So just want to lay that out there for council members to be aware of. That's part of our, the spiel that I read off at the beginning of every meeting. That's part of that.
So the portal might then have some specific rules. This is only just for, not for discussion, just for factual, logistical.
Well,
messages.
even, like when Jonathan sends out the agenda and the meeting minutes and the link for the teams, he's got all of us, I assume, as a group, and he can just say, boom, an emergency drop has just been added to Dropbox. Please be aware of it. I think that's what you're asking for, Beth. I'm not sure, but a back and forth dialogue, with those small groups that we had in July, those were purposely developed to be smaller than a quorum so that we weren't going outside of our boundaries. Marguerite?
Hi, Tom. Just a couple points. I wanted to say thank you for your leadership. I think you're doing a fantastic job, particularly in leading the group while we are still virtual. I think I'll just speak for myself. I do look forward to a time when we can convene in person, at least from time to time. There's a feeling of camaraderie in the room that's just lacking over Teams. And I also wanted to reiterate, while I do my review of applications on the weekend, I do understand that there are sometimes last minute additions, and I don't go back and check Dropbox. So yes, if Jonathan or Aaron or somebody could let us know if there's new information, either email it to us directly or let us know where it is in Dropbox, that would be super, super helpful.
Or both, because it does have to be in Dropbox because this is a public process.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Marguerite. Christine Nelson.
I don't know how or why, but I do get notices when Dropbox is updated. But I couldn't tell you how to recreate it.
Yeah, I don't get those. Occasionally, I've been getting notices that there's I'm not going to be able to communicate with Laura Mancuso, the person whose name the Dropbox is in. I don't know if there's if SHPO needs to update a password or something, but I have gotten a couple notices of that while I'm in Dropbox, but I don't get any update notifications.
Marguerite?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Margaret. It's been a long day.
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Oh, okay. Jonathan, your hand's up.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you all for your input and those comments, and I will certainly go back and chat with staff about ways that we can improve that and also communicate when additional items are added to the Dropbox for your review.
Great. All right. Anybody else before I move us to the end of the agenda?
I have one more question actually in regards to the HRF applications. When they are brought before us and Aaron says that staff recommends these applications for approval, my question to SHPO is what is happening internally with SHPO staff? Are SHPO staff also vetting the applications and the materials and so forth that are being brought for us? That's just a question that I have. Thank you.
One of the things, Marguerite, that I have seen is, and I don't think this has changed, but staff does not have an architect on staff. And therefore, at least since I've become chair, I'm leaning a lot on Beth Ackley and Paul and Sarah because of their expertise. And we've been fortunate enough when we've delayed applications, it's actually helped the applicant tremendously. And but a lot of those delays are at the request of our architects or engineers that are looking for additional information. And so Jonathan and Liz, I don't know how we can help you with that. But we just approved some money for a staff archaeologist. Might there be a way to approve some monies for a staff architect Liz is shaking her head no. Liz, I'm trying really hard here.
Yeah,
Susan Chandler was never replaced.
Yeah, there's for those of you who watch state government, you know that part of what has been happening is the leaning of staff positions, and state government in general. I can tell you right off the top of my head that there's no guarantee that those two other positions that we told you that we want are going to be funded. That is going to solely be based on the governor's ability to give us more money. They are not fundable within DECD budget. So, so yes, there is that missing gap of not having an architect on staff, which is why we rely so heavily on you. But I can also, and staff can certainly speak to this. You know, they do some very thorough review of your applications, and if you actually saw the applications as they came in, you would probably all have heart attacks, because for every application that you're seeing a minimum, I would say, and staff can back me up on this, 5 to 6 hours of conversation prior to the application. That's just conversation. That is not review of documents. So staff time for these applications is incredibly, incredibly intense. And the hope by getting the one position that we have listed, that we have had a pool of money sitting around, which is the only way that we have been able to use it, is that there has been this little bit of an untapped pool that can guarantee a salary going forward for about 4 years. And that means that the position will be pretty secure, and somebody is going to have to fund it once it's pretty secure. It's really, really tough right now because I spend a lot of time in these conversations about staffing.
Yeah. Thank you, Liz. That helps us understand where you guys are at.
Sure.
Anybody else? All right. Our next meeting is Wednesday, March 2nd at 9:30. May I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
So
move. Okay.
All right. So Sarah Nelson made the motion and Christine Nelson seconded.
Got it.
Very good, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you.